Yo, Gandalf. There we go. Hey Kim, I'm drawing this fun little mud monster. Yeah. That's exactly what that is. Yep. It makes him a little more relatable. Sometimes adding a cast shadow when there is not supposed to be one just makes the image look flat. These arms are pretty far apart. Yeah, I started. I just kind of cut off my explanation there. Yeah, if you put a cast shadow here, that's what I'm saying. It places these two very close together, while in fact they're, this. There's a lot of room between the two arms, because the whole body is in between. So this, when the light's coming from, somewhere around, there, this arm would be casting a shadow, down, and then it would just miss the arm, right? And I'm kind of using this style of rendering where, my way of using value is choosing a light that actually produces very little shadow, right? So, like, say you have two faces, right? Uh, you could put the light there, and then it's gonna create this, this very big shadow shapes, right? So a lot of dark. I don't know what this character is. It's a guy with a mustache. You see, like this, if you're gonna render this, you need to work a lot in the shadow, right? You gotta like render the shadow. But if you take the light kind of like in front, right, you can get like this kind of shadow. Right, with the shadow being on the far side of the face, basically, you're just not seeing a lot of shadow, right? Because of where you stand compared to the figure. So it means, yeah, tiny shadow shapes and a lot of room basically to work with the midtones and sculpt things with the midtones. And that's really what I like to do. Right? So here we're like painting, yeah, we're just sculpting away, with the midtones, and I think that's super fun to do. So it's like tiny shadow shapes that still have a lot of impact because without the little shadow, the little dark spots, it's just not gonna look, you know, solid. It's gonna look flat, right? So those little shapes, they have a lot of impact. But this, I think, like choosing your light is really what's kind of, it kind of defines your style, really, right? Or it's part of it anyway. I mean, the best thing, you always kind of still need to follow the light, of course. You gotta, otherwise, it's not necessarily gonna. It's not gonna look great if you just don't. If you just ignore all the lighting rules. I mean, I usually start out by my classes by saying, there's no rules, but you know, you can still, you better follow certain rules if you want to have a certain look or feel to your work. You know, we work as a concept artist. We're following drawing rules. That follow physics, right? So what we do is it's like optical illusions that suggest depth on a flat piece of paper, right? And those rules have been established since the I don't know Middle Ages, I guess. Da Vinci and all these guys, they already knew about all this stuff. So rules based on physical observation and it's just yeah, observation about light and all this kind of stuff, right? But it's still important to say like, yeah, drawing is just this, like whatever, right? So there's like a set of rules, and then you choose which ones to follow, basically, right? And you can get away with not following the rules. It doesn't really matter. This is the, I think this is the power of the thing that modern realistic art has. The advantage is that there's in the past you had to follow certain rules to or you weren't like, it was too dogmatic, right? It was like, yeah, you cannot paint you can't paint like a poor guy and make like a big canvas on it, because that's against the academy rules. So all those rules are gone now. So it's like the free time, a free age. If we're talking about realistic art. So in the past, artists were kind of, yeah, not allowed to paint certain stuff, because everyone was kind of like, okay, you were like a realistic painter. Now you can combine everything that was in the past. You can combine abstract with realistic and make all kinds of combinations without, nobody's gonna care. You're not gonna make money anyway. So maybe in the past this stuff also existed, but we don't see it because they were just starved to death. Imagine having like Instagram back when Da Vinci was being, having Da Vinci stream his work. Today we're gonna do render baby Jesus. We're at layer 562 of the glazing process. I mean, of course, it'd be with an Italian accent. So the choice of the rules you want to follow defines your style. Yeah, I think, kind of. The way you can see style is in there's 1,000 ways to see it, right? So let's say you have a realistic image, right? So I mean, I can't actually draw that realistic, but let's say this is the realistic shape, right? I mean, this is my shape, my kind of language. I'm drawing a little guy, right? So my style is defined by the way my style works is they are stylized shapes, right? But I put in as much anatomical information as I know, right? So I'm not going to draw an ear like this because I think that looks stupid. It looks silly. I hate it. But I mean, if you want to do it, you can do it. Right? But so the thing is, like, from this point on, let's say you can see style as some kind of filter. You put the lines through a filter, like you can say I'm using like a geometry filter, all the shapes I'm doing are just gonna be more angular, right? So now this guy just looks more like this, right? I mean, it's a different character now, but you know what I'm saying, right? Or you can go the other way around and say, I'm gonna smooth out all my shapes, right? So now the guy looks more like this, right? So this, for example, would be Lilo and Stitch style, right? And then this would be Atlantis, right? So it's kind of like putting all the lines through a sort of filter that's already gonna add style to your, to your thing, right? Um, so yeah, that's style in the line work, in the proportion. You can stylize the rendering, right? Um, so the first part of any drawing, would be, the line work, right? So that's step one. You have line work. Step two is dividing your character in light and shadow, right? So shadow shapes, right? So this is step two of the rendering process, right? Um, Step three is adding the midtones to the light. So you have the shadow shapes, right? We're gonna start adding multiple midtones, right? Big midtones, like the bigger, So that's step three, and then step four would be to add, more midtone, right, and more detail, basically, right. And then you can do the same thing for the shadow, right. So, for example, you can keep the shadow flat and solid, and then only render the midtones, right, in the light. Okay, and then when we go further, we're gonna start adding reflective light, right? So, in each of these steps, you can choose to stop, right? So you can, for example, if you do concept art, you're gonna do just line work, you can get away with it because line work is all you need to make a good design, right? You could do line work and flat colors and that's it. It's gonna look amazing if you get really good at it, Then you could do line work and, cell shading, which is also a totally good place to stop, right? And then you could do cell shading and, and rendering the midtones, right? And then you could do a full value painting where you also paint in reflective light. So, but that's kind of like the transition. The importance is, one is the drawing, two is the division of light and shadow, three is doing big values, and then four is doing all the rendering steps, all the in between values, right? So drawing, line work, I guess, line, light shadow separation, big values, big value groups, and then the next step is, rendering, I guess. Rendering, modeling, completely useless step. And that's all I'm doing. That's all I like to do. Is this. can you give us tips how to capture the likeliness of portraits? That's a tough one. It's just about accuracy, really, and proportion, I guess. There's I don't know really how to explain that. You can have like a portrait, um, and then you can have a caricature, right? And that's the extreme, like a super realistic portrait and a super extreme caricature. And a caricature artist is able to like draw way different shapes and still make uh, these persons, the subject, like super recognizable. So I don't know how that, I haven't really like analyzed that too much, but it's like an amazing skill to have, right? So what are you doing when you're doing a caricature? I think that's very important to think about. Like, why does a caricature still look like the person? I haven't really put so much thought in that. The portraits that I do, what I do is, sometimes I'll be honest, sometimes I make, to speed things up, I make a really quick tracing of some key lines, or I use a grid, right? Usually, most of the portraits are made using a grid, so if I put the grid on, right, you get these like, points. You can just go, this goes here, that goes there, this goes there, right? When I'm copying this, you can kind of see where everything sits using the grid lines, right? And then you can quickly, draw something that's close to whatever, proportional. So a grid is super easy. It's kind of like, like artists, they use a plumb line, right? A grid is kind of like plumb lines already placed. A plumb line, that's like what they use, like it's a string with a weight on the bottom, and then you can use it to draw verticals, right? Um, um, but yeah, so using a grid is gonna make your life way easier. If the goal is to create something realistic, like I don't think it's that much of a big deal, you know. Um, if you don't want to use a grid, what you can do is just, like let's say you have the subject, right? A way to check stuff is like you try to copy everything, right? And then you're gonna use the same, instead of using the grid, you're gonna use a mental grid, right? You're just gonna keep drawing these verticals and horizontal lines mentally, Especially if you have a portrait like, that's like at a different angle, right? When you draw this vertical in your mind, like you say this, then you already understand, even if you have just one line in your image, right? Like let's say you put this line in a kind of like an important spot where a lot of stuff is happening, right? Now you see, like, just by drawing this line, you understand that this comes first, and then that, then this point, then this point, and that there's like an angle to everything, right? And then it's like when let's say you're drawing a figure, you have your subject, your subject matter, right? Let's say this guy is standing like this, you know. Right, so just drawing a line through the head will make you understand so much. You will see that the hip supposed to be on the right side of the line, and that sounds stupid, but a lot of time when people start drawing, they'll like veer off to one side, and then they have the entire figure is like on the wrong side of the line, right? And that line kind of defines the balance of your, the line from the head down to the ground. That sort of defines like the entire balance of your figure, right? But so just drawing like a little line can sometimes do a lot, right? But another technique I use to check the proportion is to, let's have this one here. Let's say these are the proportions, right? And then you try to copy that. I'd say this is your best shot at copying it, right? What you can do is you place the original, and then you do like a flip book. You're like, what's off, right? This is a way to check digitally. Like, oh, the entire head shape is wrong, basically, right? So if you do that in the beginning of your drawing, not when you're almost done, you do that when you start out, when you put down the first couple of lines, then you can sort of like, oh shit, like everything is off, and then you turn it off, and then you go back and try to fix it, but at least you have an idea of like what's wrong more than, right? So you go like, oh, like my head shape is too is not squarish enough. The position of my mouth is too low. My eyes are too round, right? And so you can fix that and then edge closer to the subject, right? And that's a way I found that's a very, if you want to do it without a grid, because the grid makes it kind of easy. If you see a lot of these like Instagram people who paint this hyper realistic photographic art, they all use this grid system, and it's very effective sometimes. But it's like if you don't understand drawing, it can become a crutch, because that's, it can be the only thing, right? You should be studying all the fundamentals of drawing, right? And if you understand them, the grid is just another tool to be more accurate, right? Because I don't see a point. What's the point? You're trying to make something super realistic, right? So yeah, if that's the goal, then yeah, or what it's supposed to be, yeah, you're just gonna do whatever it takes to make it look, this realistic, right? Otherwise, why is it so important to you? Just to be like the most accurate artist out there. Okay, can be. um, League of Legends splash Everybody needs more frogs. Anybody got an idea what to add? Uh, Rusty, yeah, sort of. Like I just finished a job last week, so now I got nothing to do, so I'm sketching. Well, I got one more thing to do there. And desert punk. Mm. This is the freelance life, you know. There's not always work. But last 2 years were pretty okay for me in terms of making money and stuff. And I didn't have a lot of actual client work. I just did workshops and I did, you know, a lot of kind of hustling to make money. Yeah, I've done portfolio reviews, mentors, kind of like mentorships before. Like if I decide to do that again, I would, you know, announce it on Twitter or something. Let's have a look. All right, rusted, rusty, rusty. So, if I can be frank and honest, let's if you look at these two characters, right, their faces proportionally, they're actually very close together, right? So even though they're like different species and all, there's actually, you kind of have the same face on it, right? So, like the size of the mouth, the way it's kind of close to the nose, right? The nose being pointed upwards, but at the same time being kind of long, right? That's also happening here, and the eyes being, quite big. Uh, so proportionally, these two characters, they're like the same, right? So it makes, like, the way I see characters, if she's an elf, we want to have like some kind of, like, let's say this race actually existed, like, and they, like, if you think of like how evolution works, probably the entire face structure would be like sort of different, right? So what I don't like about this kind of, like, character design where you just take a normal human and give them like ears, basically pointy ears, if you look at, an artist like Brian Froud, when he's painting elves, right, he's also giving them, their own kind of like proportions, right? Probably not always, but what I'm saying. Like, you go here, this is like a design, basically, right? Where you're changing the human features to create something new. Like, I know that D&D kind of has these characters, that way, right? But just saying, like, you can come up with your own stuff in that regard, right? So same thing here. It's just a normal face, right? So you got straight eyes, like the eyes are straight in the face. So this kind of stuff you can like design so it becomes more unique. It becomes more like a unique creature, right? Let's consider the direction of these fins. Like, let's say the fins are going like that and going like this. There's like a rhythm to the head. Like everything's kind of like shh, shh. So maybe the eyes would, be pulled similarly. Like in a similar direction, right? So maybe the eyes kind of follow those patterns a bit more, right? So you get like this nice streamlined effect to the entire face, and then you have these fins kind of like counteracting in a different direction, right? But everything kind of needs more of a rhythm, like the same thing with those the slits in the neck. First of all, they look like mechanical, right? they don't feel like skin, layers of skin sitting on top of each other, right? There's something you can work on just by the way you paint the highlights and stuff, right? Maybe the gap isn't, maybe there's a gap somewhere, but like if you would have these kind of gaps, that would be more like for when he's in the water and the water would be flowing through it, right? If he's outside the water, those gaps would be closed. Otherwise, all kinds of like germs could get into it, right? So it's changing your thinking to design stuff that would make would be possible in real life if you just follow basically the rules that all kind of creatures have, basically that germs are bad, you need to be able to shut down, or minimize the amount of holes in the body, basically. If you look at fish, the gills of fish, they're not open constantly, they only open when there's stuff going out, so there's avoid stuff going in this direction, for example, right? This guy is good, I like this guy. This same thing, the face here is kind of, it doesn't really have any ethnicity to it. It doesn't feel like, there's like some kind of Arabic influence there in the face. It's just kind of like you could work on that, for example. Because it just kind of looks a little too Caucasian in my opinion in this guy. Take the if you have the hat and the gem, the hat is going backwards, but the gem is sitting just like front view, right? So there's a change. This gem should be on top of the thing, right? Otherwise it would be casting a shadow somewhere there. If it was changing direction, it would make more sense. It was actually following the perspective of the hat, right? Going upward. That's a I don't know. That's a little thing here. So I think in terms of what you can work on is just diversifying your faces and studying more unique faces, basically. So we got different kind of archetypes. I think that's the biggest one. All your faces have the same rhythm. The nose up to here, and then the mouth kind of closer to the nose, and then a longer chin, and that's kind of happening everywhere. Right? So yeah, the advice would be do a lot of live drawing, for example. Let's say you take a look at some let's say you look at mugshots, for example. Just regular people. Right? You're gonna see some cool shit, And that's the kind of thing that needs to be injected in the work, I feel. Look at this guy, then look at this guy, how different the faces are, right? So this kind of depth in all, in the variety in the faces, that's what you need to be getting in your work, right? So this guy has a really square jaw, this guy is completely different, So that would be my advice for you. Focus on the faces for a bit. Try to get more unique faces in your work. And try to think of nature, real life, on how stuff works, that's often a really big one. Stop to think if you're doing a creature design. Stop to think how like think of the way stuff. Maybe you don't believe in evolution. Could be possible, but then call it creative design. Whatever the fuck you want. It's like this advice I heard once from, I think, Craig Mullins, is like usually the biggest problem, like when painting something, like you paint an environment, like, and the thing you see a lot, is like, yeah, when I see a lot of paintings of environments, they draw the street and the street is completely flat, right? And the reason why that looks bad, because if you think of real life, streets are designed to make the water go to the sides where there's the drainage, right? So a street will actually be, you know, will be like a little mound so the water can drain to both sides, right? So already the reason why your environment looks flat is because you're just drawing it flat without actually thinking, right? Let's say you have the side of a building, right? How to you have a wall, how to paint this wall, right? First of all, just think of when rain falls, it splatters, right? So walls will often be dirtier on the bottom, right? They will be dirty, plus there will be, let's say you're actually drawing a sunlit scene, it will be dirty, but there will also be reflective light on it, right? So the bottom of the wall will be lighter, but it will also be dirty. So it means there's like some kind of complicated effects going on that you can put in when you paint, right? So there's a color shift because of the dirt. There's a color shift because of the light. So already, there might be mold. It might be more green. It might be more dusty. So just thinking of whatever would happen in real life can often already make your painting so much more interesting. Now, could apply this to characters as well. You're drawing this guy, he's got a busted lip, like maybe there's this just way more swelling instead of drawing like this mouth with like, oh, there's a tiny little bit of blood, like, oh, you know, oh, my character is hurt, he's sad. You draw it by, he's like, everything is swollen up, his entire face is like crooked now because he got a busted lip, right? How is this for a Mad Max punk? You should have in your head like lists of people ready to be used as inspiration. If I think of like this kind of punk, I will think like, the singer of the Prodigy, for example. This guy, he's dead sadly, right? But this, like, people like this will pop on into my head, right, and will be like serve as inspiration. So it allows you to draw like more realistic characters, right? What you should avoid is, you know, let's say you learn how to draw the Loomis head, right? And now you're just gonna base all your characters on this structure, right? Just take from it whatever, you know. It's good to show the structure, but the Loomis head is like it shows the structure on a standard, you know, square jawed, model face of, for 60s advertising, right? But basically, a head can be any shape, and you can still find that Loomis construction in there, right? So you don't need to follow the actual shapes. The good thing about it is just it shows you the construction of a face, right? But now it's up to you to create your own shapes, right? So what you do instead of doing the construction first is you make a sketch and then you add the construction, right? You have an idea for a character in your head. You try to sketch it out, so you know that you try to draw it yourself without anything, and then when you have a certain sketch, you can start to use construction to make it better. Instead of using construction as the basis for whatever drawing you do, right? You do it the other way around. First you draw and then you do construction. In the beginning, you will need construction to do anything, but then in the end, you flip it around. The anti-art teacher. See, there's things that students do, and then there's a thing that once, yeah, you learn all these techniques, but you gotta like, it's what the thing I was saying in the beginning. Go back to figuring out what is your art goal. You want to make like badass 80s looking characters. Yeah, you're gonna need a little bit more grit to your characters than the standard Loomis face. You just gotta figure it out. So you have all these things. You have Loomis, you have Bridgman. Who else is there? There's Proco, which is just Loomis. What else is there? Yeah, Hogarth. So, but you gotta remember, these are just people who made stuff up. They were just like you and me. They were like, hey, let's let's find a way to make drawing more understandable, right? But I used to do all my drawings with Loomis construction, and that's really, it is the way I learned how to draw faces. So I'm not gonna say it's like, it is a good thing, but you just gotta understand the its limitations. That the biggest being that it's not gonna make your designs original. You know, that comes from a different place, not from a technical place, but from you know, comes from your own mind. Hey, thanks for suggesting this character. You know, doing this character. I'm kind of liking it. Seconds. I'm just checking my email. When you started, did you learn perspective? Yeah, I learned perspective, but I learned it like when, like in high school or something. You know? Don't you get that in high school? Basic perspective. Like, what perspective do I know? It's like you have a horizon. You draw. You know, get the 1 point perspective. Then all the lines go to the vanishing point, and then you draw the box. Like this. What else is there? Let's say you want to draw. Let's say you want to draw these lines similarly on the same distance. You gotta do the cross, and then you gotta draw the perspective through the cross, and then you gotta do this, and you get the line, and then you can do one, 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 and then all these distances are the same. Right? That's what it is, right? And then every parallel line has its own vanishing point. Mirroring planes. What's the Scott Robertson method? You know that? You know, you do this vehicle design, the way he does it is like to create this central, you know, this central curve like this, and then you draw the side curve like that, right? And then you're gonna take some points, make them go to the vanishing point, and then you gotta mirror that over, right? Or how did you do that? It's the same principle. You do like this. You draw the square. You draw the square like this. the vanishing point through the thing, and then you go to the other side, and then you have a place where the, and it's this point, and then you can connect those, and it goes like that, and then you get the, you can do this, and then you have like you have your outline, and then you add the window. And then we got the manta ray design. Pew pew. Not a bad spaceship, actually. If you are drawing a character or portrait, yes, we need perspective. 100% is very important, actually, because So when you draw a character, remember all parallel lines go to the same vanishing point, right? So when we draw a character, right? Our character, you gotta see it's like in a box, right? You have a front plane, we have a side plane, right? And then some in between planes, right? So, and then all the features, they're all on parallel lines, right? So the eyes, the nose, you have the two nostrils, you see that, they're on a line, the corners of the mouth, all the features, all the the bony landmarks in the face. You have the cheekbones, you have this point underneath, you have these points there, you can feel them, You have these points, you have those points, all the points here in the face, they're all parallel to each other, right? So the eye line, the mouth, right, the nose, everything is gonna be in perspective, right? So let's say you draw this line here, right? There's gonna be the equivalent of here is gonna be on this side there, right? So this line there, then you have the cheekbone here, you have, like this, right? So this point here is gonna be there, right? You're gonna need this point to decide where the shadow of the cheekbone is gonna end, right? You have this line, that line, the inside of the here, So it's gonna be on this side. The nose, it's all on one parallel line. So if you don't use perspective, you're just gonna have like this thing's gonna be down there, and then this one is gonna be up here. Your face is gonna be like this. So these points, you see these line up. You see this? Here is the you see the highlight here, right? This point is this point, right? So here, where here, this is the up plane, right? This is the up plane. So where the lighter part is, the highlight is, right? That's where this line goes up too, right? So it's symmetrical, mirrored in perspective, right? So, and then here, this point where it starts going down, on this side, you see the shadow, right? So that's how it works, You see this line here, right? You see the change here, this little, flabby bit. Nick in space, that is not true. You're also handsome boy. But I mean, faces are like not super, everybody's not symmetrical. If I put my face in like a front view, my nose actually goes, it goes in that direction, so my nose is not centered in my face. I have more on this side than on that side, so, but the thing is, you can draw a face. You can usually, it's the good thing to do is try to draw it perspective. Try to draw it perfectly mirrored, because you suck at drawing. It'll just be lopsided anyway, so try to be as correct as possible, and then you're gonna mess up anyway. So that's the thing. We don't need to. Don't need to try to do that. So we attempt to draw it correctly, as as clean as possible, and we can just count on it to mess up, and we'll naturally introduce this asymmetry in our portraits, right? Hello, who's this? Wait, I missed it. Thank you, Nick. Allez au atelier virtuel. How are you guys? I'm drawing some kind of cyberpunk guy after a suggestion of the chat. We're talking about portraits and just various drawing tips today. Bonjour. Je m'appelle Jens, j'ai presque 40 ans. Je suis un artiste de concept. J'habite en Belgique, à Anvers, et des fois je parle français. But my stream will be in English. I mean, perspective is, it's definitely important, but I think when you draw a lot, you will naturally start to do things correct as well. Because when you draw a lot, you just start seeing whatever is wrong with your image much better, and you will correct it. My advice is usually, okay, all these theoretical stuff it's all important, but it's also boring, and if it takes away from your joy, you don't. You gotta focus on having fun and creating cool characters. Focus on what you want to draw, not like all the time like how to do it. like how to do it correctly. If you never have fun, yeah, you just won't draw that much. It, we have to increase the drawing time. It's better than any course or tutorial. It's just more drawing time. Atelier Virtuel is a bunch of writers and comic artists from France. They're also the rest of Flu. Flu. His name is Flu. Flu Hardberg Stream. Comic artist from Oslo. And Aurélien Morinière. I have that guy on Instagram. I think Flu is a cool name, by the way. I'll check out. How long have I been drawing? I've been drawing for 25 years. 25 years, I think. I started when I was around 15, 16. Started taking it seriously when I was 18. When I say that, I always feel like I should be better, you know? How long have you been drawing? And then I go like, yeah. 25 years, and then I think like, and that's it? That's all I've been able to accomplish? What would I need to do to draw like you? Well, let's see. The most important thing I think is just drawing a lot from imagination without any aids, right? So the way, like for my course, I kind of analyzed my path, right? The stuff I did, right? So what I've always done is basically follow kind of like three paths. Right, so one is just drawing from imagination, right, without anything, right? So I have these sketchbooks here, right, these moleskins, right, where basically I was just drawing all kinds of stuff. Let me make myself bigger. Right, so these kind of sketchbooks where I'm just drawing stuff without any help, just doing drawings, designs, faces, all this kind of stuff, right? Then there's, of course, there is the theory, right? You should know colors, color design, you know, values, whatever. There's this to figure out, to find out about drawing and the way people the way people draw, present, past, that's all stuff you need to know, right? And then there's study, right? Study. So this thing is the most important, This is the most difficult, so this is what you want to be doing all the time, basically, right? You're just gonna try, try to draw, make a finished drawing from imagination, right? So in the moleskins, I was always going from, I was always trying to do a complete finished render, not a sketch, like a drawing. So sketching is good, but you need to like figure out a process to make something finished too, right? So by trying and failing so much, you understand what works and what doesn't work, right? The theory, it helps doing this. So it's like kind of like theory is anatomy, is like construction, all this Loomis, all this kind of stuff, right? But this is something that I realize now. This is like something that just you work on that throughout your entire life, basically, right? So anatomy is it's dangerous to stop too long with this point, with this thing, because you can get lost in it, right? Thinking you need to do everything perfectly. This might just end. You might just end up as an anatomy teacher, basically, right? Yeah, you're gonna know a lot about anatomy, but you're not gonna know a lot about this part, designing and drawing from imagination, right? So it's important, but it's not the end goal. Is to be not. It's not to be like the smartest in terms of like art theory, I feel, right? And then study basically is to help with this, right? So study is a way to like up the quality of this stuff, right? So you wanna tailor the studies to follow it like your interest, right? So what is my interest is creating these kind of like freaky, crazy characters. So what do I study? I study a lot of faces, right? So for studying, I've done, like, let's say you want to be a good color key artist. You're gonna study photographs, you're gonna study color, you're gonna study movies. So to understand color, what I used to do is to do like these timed movie copies. I would just make a sheet of like 9 squares, right? And I would time myself half an hour, right? So that's that's 3 hours here, and then so it's 4.5 hours, right, of study. For example, one day I would get a sheet of color studies, for example, right? So that's how to study, color. So you get a sense of color. You understand what all this stuff is, right? What else? Just copying photographs, doing line study. But something people forget, doing value studies. There's color study, there's value study. There's combined, I guess, and then there's line, right? Probably the most important is the line. Copying poses, doing lots and lots of gesture drawing, right? But one important thing people forget is the life drawing. right? So the way to get character in your work is to do lots and lots of live drawing. Instead of just copying photos, what we can do is go outside and draw outside. And I think that was very important when I was in school studying. I don't do it quite as much anymore. Like, but for example, in when I was in art school, I went to model drawing classes, right? So much that I went, for example, when I was in school, there was every day of every hour of the day there was actually a model drawing class going on somewhere in the school, right? So we had a model drawing atelier, and there was different classes. So Monday morning there was a 3-hour session for the people from advertising. Monday afternoon there was a 3-hour session for the people, for the painters, right? So there was always. So what I started doing when I was in the last year of the 2 last years of when I was in college studying, I was in an illustration degree. In the very very fast, like in the second year, I started replacing my theoretical classes and just going to the model drawing classes, right? So basically, I had one friend who she would just like allow me to study from her notes. So I'm very thankful to her for that. But I would just go to the model drawing classes, and then gradually I just started doing that all day long. So I just did 6 hours a day of model drawing basically for two years at the end of my yeah, I did 5 years of college illustration, because I failed like two times because I didn't do my assignments. I was too busy learning Photoshop. So yeah, first year I did I started doing architecture, and then I dropped out architecture and I switched to the same year I was able to switch to the graphic design. But then I, like, it was too much work to get a passing grade. And then yeah, I did one more extra year. But yeah, so anyway, so I was doing a lot of model drawing, right? And then just outside outside sketching, right? Just draw people on the bus, draw people at concerts. I would always bring my sketchbook. I would always be drawing. I would just figure for myself, it was kind of like, just like two birds with one stone. Just kind of like, you're kind of like the cool drawing guy. I was kind of like, I'm just the guy who always draws outside. That's just my personality. So it kind of worked very well. So the reason why I like live drawing is because in a photograph, what's happening is that, um, let's say you have 10 students and you all give them a photograph, and then the results will be, kind of similar to one another, right? Because the photograph already solves a lot of the problems, right? So it has already converted a real life situation into a 2D image, right? It has a composition and it has color, the lens, so a lot of stuff has already been decided. It has a certain exposure, and it has a value scale, right? So of all the values that you see, the millions of values that you see outside that your eyes are able to capture, it's converted into a photograph, right? By a machine, basically. So, when you, instead of doing that, you say, with 10 people, you go to the subway and you say, draw something, you're gonna get wildly different results, and you're gonna get a lot more personality in the drawings, right? Some people might be too shy to draw people, they will draw the carriage and like maybe maybe suggest some persons. Some people will just focus on drawing the different caricatures. Some people will just stick to one person and draw a realistic drawing. Others will be focused on like capturing all the funny faces. So doing that is it adds to the style of your work, and it adds to the personality. You're choosing your subjects, you're choosing what you find interesting a lot more than you're just working from a photograph. So that's why I think it's important. But unfortunately, the art of drawing outside is something that's become quite rare these days. People just have a lot more anxiety, I feel, or they're scared to do that. You get it? Yeah, I just feel like when you're drawing from life, there's just, instead of just, it's just you and the subject matter. You have nothing to help, and I feel like it just brings more of your past life experiences will decide what the art will be a lot more, and more of your personality will just be in the art, right? And yeah, I've gotten into trouble drawing outside as well in the past. Like I was sitting on the bus and there was this guy, and I kid you not, he had this. This was his forehead. This guy literally looked like this. I can still draw him after all these years. So it's like this guy's forehead looks so cool. So I was like, I gotta draw him. And then the guy noticed and he's like, "What are you doing?" And it's hard to say in that moment. You cannot really say, "Yeah, but you have this beautiful forehead that's just like so big, and it's just good for my characters." But I generally thought it was really cool looking. But I mean, yeah, okay, you gotta respect that. I just said, yeah, I was drawing you, but I'll stop if you don't like it. It's like kind of showing him my book. I think this one is good enough to stay here. It needs better. Do you have a good short-term memory? I don't know. I don't think anything special. Because I've been drawing a lot, I have a good visual memory in any case. It's also something I try to do is I try to observe people outside, and I try to hold the essence of the character in my head for a bit. Does that sound like I'm weird now? I am actively observing people in a drawing manner when I'm by myself, and I'm kind of like creepingly stalking people's faces when I'm outside. Not always. I'm not always do that, but I will do that plenty of times. Is try to, yeah, just really observe people and what they look like in a drawing fashion. So I'm like, what does this guy's head look like? That's an interesting forehead. Self study is something very limited. I don't agree. Self study is like everything, and it's all we got, really. But that's maybe semantics. Yeah, master studies are really good too. I did plenty of master studies before. But the thing is, like, master studies will not learn you how to do steampunk characters. This is what I'm always saying. You need to keep in mind what is your goal as an artist. Master studies will always be useful to understand color and, to understand value, to right. But it's in the end, it's similar to a photo study. The reason why our master study is better in a way is because a master's painting has already solved everything for you, right? And they have made good decisions, right? Because they made an amazing painting, they made amazing colors choices. So when you study it, it's perfect. It's a perfect thing to study, right? But yeah, what about your own choices? So how, you can just follow what they do, and I mean it's good advice, but at a certain point you're on your own, right? So it's you who decides what you like for your own work. No, I mean your choices might be. You're probably better off listening just to the masters and not to your own opinion. No, but again, like let's say you want to be a concept artist. Let's say you want to, design the next Blade Runner. Yeah, a 19th century painter is not gonna solve your problems for you. Just look for some kind of reference for this jacket. My One of my bigger weaknesses is just designing clothes altogether. I always want to draw like the anatomy and stuff. Yes, I've painted a lot of paintings in oil and acrylic in the past, but I don't do it a lot anymore. No, I don't do that. I don't do that. I'm not a. I don't want to bother them with that. They gotta like they can't sit still for 2 seconds. It's impossible. Hey Warner. Yeah, I live in Belgium. No, no, I'm still here. So here's a cool feature I like to filter. I like to use a lot, but so it's the camera raw filter. But the one thing you need to know, it actually behaves different if there is no color in it. So if it, I usually just put like just a little dot that I erase after of a different color, and then you go to camera raw filter, and then you actually get the color profile. It's really stupid. And, but then you get this filter. It's called soft mist. It's like all the way to down in the bottom here somewhere. Soft mist here, creative. And what it does is it kind of, yeah, remove, it kind of, it darkens light midtones and it lightens darker midtones. So what you end up with is like, you know, is like a more mid-tone based. I mean, you can even increase it the amount of here, you know, how much you want it. But so it often gives like a more realistic feel to the image. Sometimes it's too much. It also annoyingly makes the background a little bit darker. So what I do is I use this thing here to remove that. Right? But so now you get this sort of like image, and then usually I play with the amount here of how much. Right? But it saves me some time drawing more midtones basically. And yeah, sometimes it's just like a more realistic rendering effect, and then you can use the eraser to sort of, you know, soften up some places where it's maybe too much. Like if things get too dark, for example. So that filter is absolutely not intended for this purpose, but it's what it is. It's to create like some these hazy pictures. Like my face right now is like soft mist. You know, you see very little contrast, and my eyes look super blue, even though they're not. The book with illustration, I'm working on it. Can't you see? Can you see right now? This is part of it. Can you believe I'm actually drawing a vehicle? Maybe it's just a creature anyway. It's just a creature. It's not a vehicle. Who am I kidding? T2. I am also working as a character designer. I just worked for a company called Platige uh, Pictures or Image. Yeah, sometimes job contracts and stuff is slow, you know. But yeah, there's enough ways to make money with drawing. Last year, I was doing a lot of teaching and workshops and stuff. So that's how I made my money last year. This year, I'm taking some contracts and stuff, but yeah, you never know how things go as a freelancer. It's just what I'm used to, I think. This is more part of free research for yourself. This is just fun. Yeah. This is just my what I do, you know, drawing. And I'm streaming just because I like the yeah I like to I like the, the thought that you practice both the drawing and the talking at the same time is is really the reason why I started streaming to be able to like casually explain stuff and while teaching without feeling any nervousness. It's like how can I be how I was thinking like started teaching. It's like how can you be like practice being a better teacher? And it's just kind of thought like if you just do talk while drawing all the time, it becomes it's got to become easier. In the beginning when I started streaming, it was impossible to say anything. That's so strange. Like you talk to your, it's like you talk to yourself in an empty room, and it just feels very uncomfortable. But yeah, most of my classes are improvised, so because it's just the way I my concentration works. So I try, it's hard for me to like prepare classes the standard way, I guess, by doing PowerPoint or whatever. So I'm trying to find a teaching style that fits me, you know. So just when I teach, I just do this kind of stuff. I want to be able to teach kind of like Will Weston, where you just start drawing, and explaining stuff. That's to me that's pretty cool. Like, you know, to be able to be confident enough that your demo drawings look good. How to learn drawing. Draw. Yeah, that's basically it. It's honestly, it's better to do, you know, what do I say during my classes is, you know, it's better to do 1,000 drawings, to do one tutorial and 1,000 drawings than do 1,000 tutorials and one drawing. Some cookie cutter wisdom. What do you use to explore new topics, refresh, avoid repeating yourself? Do you read a lot of other artist stuff or films and TV? I don't know. I mean, I guess I have like a list of themes I like exploring. Um, there's always, for example, there's always portraits. There's, I like classical fairy tales, folklore stuff, mythological stuff. I mean, there's just so much you can you that you can go to. Um, but I also try to think a little bit of like, where do I need to improve? Like I need to improve at clothing design a lot, um, creating interesting outfits. So I guess trying to go in that direction. For example, my sketchbook has like a rule, um, right? So the rule is that every page needs to have at least one full character on it, right? So head, arms, legs, tail, wings, right? It can't just be um, a bunch of heads. And so you'll see all the pages have like a full character on it. Um, but at least usually I start with the drawings I start with will be like the full character ones, and then with the place that's left, right? Let's say I wanted to add another drawing here. The full character creates like an interesting white space shape, and then I try to fill that in with something. Right? So that those shapes also kind of help me find cool stuff that I haven't drawn before. What this guy needs is like a good hand. He looks like a talker, so I want to give him some hand gestures. So besides the head, the you know the there was actually three heads on a character, right? So it's the head and the two hands. So with those three things, you can say so much character. You can add so much character and expression to the character. So never avoid drawing hands. Get good at it. Should be one of your main focus is to get good at drawing hands. You know, whenever you see an artist and you're like, this guy can draw good hands, you know, like you want to be that guy or girl or whatever. Okay, I'm gonna take a break. I'm not gonna shut down the stream, but I'm gonna, because we got nice viewers. I'm gonna go eat something real quick. Um, I'll be back at 14. Right, so see you in half an hour. Does that make sense like this? All right, see you. See you in a bit. Okay. Hello. Bye, Helen. Nice to nice to see you. See you, T2. Yeah, I'm in focus mode right now. Hey, strawberry. Yeah, I think I talked about it in the first half of the stream, but I would say basically live drawing session is just way harder. So yeah, it's because yeah, picture has already done the 2D, 3D to 2D conversion for you. So you're just copying a flat, you know, a flat drawing. Something flat, flat to flat. And with a live drawing session, you still have to do that yourself. What shall I draw? That's stupid. Anybody got a suggestion? A frogman wearing those fishing type. That's more something for a new page. We need something with this shape. A strawberry. Okay. An alien. some kind of alien. Kind of hate this this sketch. Uh, I don't know why. Hey, Small, thanks for subscribing. You're one of the only ones. Alright, that's the end of the page. A finished sketch page for you to see. Da-da-da. We're gonna start a new one. This was the previous page. That's the new one. I like this. I like this one. Hey, Anonymous. Thanks for the Thanks for the subscription. This is obviously a little bit Miyazaki inspired. Okay, thanks for the thanks for watching. I'll be back either tomorrow or on Thursday for a new page. Now I gotta do some client work and take a nap. And I'll see you later. Bye.